There we go. If you're coming into the room now, welcome to Rule 1 Model Railways. If you're watching this stream after it's been recorded, thanks for picking up on it. Hit the like button and subscribe if you can. Always appreciate that. I'm just waiting at the moment to get a few people in. Ah, here we go. So some people come in already very quickly. Today we're making a Metcalfe platform canopy. 6 people in, welcome. 8 people. Carl, welcome to the chat. How are you today? What have you been up to? Just so you know, when you got a new kit from Metcalfe, the glue is really solid. Good evening, Belmont Junction. Thanks for joining. You get to see me make a fool of myself. Trying to make a kit. The Train Freak, welcome back. So, there we are, we've got everything out now. Let's see what we got to do. Make our builder's yard. Let's make our builder's yard first then, shall we? What have we got? We got ridge tiles, that's nice. Whoopsie daisy. Let's do them first. Canopy glazing sheet. Hello J94, thanks for joining. It's good to see you in there. I don't stream very often, so I appreciate you popping by. Hit the like button, guys. Now, these new plastic pieces from Metcalfe are a lot thicker than their old ones, so if you're wondering why it don't cut straight away, that is why. So they advise just to score it and then bend it. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Ah, the Train Freak. Nice of you to drop by, and I'll chat to you later. Let's see, Jackie, LFC Gerard. Hi, Rule 1. How are you? I'm getting better now. I've not been very... I'm going to assume you meant to say very well. Sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're feeling better, though. That's a great thing. And who else forgot him? Just Belmont Junction there, saying hello to everybody. Very good. So if you just joined us, we're making the platform canopies. This is the final one I have. I don't have any more. So we'll have to make do with these for now. We might get some more later. These were just my trial set. See whether I liked them. Chris, welcome to the chat. I appreciate you popping in. I'm sorry I didn't catch your live stream earlier. I'll be absolutely honest, I was off taking a nap. A nap that supposed to be a 20-minute nap turned into 2 hours, but there you go.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Oh, Alexa thinks I'm talking to her. Oops, still got some more scoring to do on this before we start bending it. So has any of my new subscribers that have just joined, thank you very much for joining. We had a bit of a flurry last week. I gained around 100 subscribers onto the channel, so my appreciation for that. Thank you very much. Really do want to thank you for that. We are getting close to that 1,000 now. There we go. So, we put the score lines in. Now we should just have to fold it. Just like that. Nice and easy. Good old Metcalf. FMR Station House, that's Tim. Good evening, he's joined us tonight. That's a bit of model railway royalty, that is. And Digger Evans, welcome to the chat. Carl says this is getting a bit like a YouTube call from one to the next. Yeah, there's a lot of live streaming in these lockdowns, isn't there? Chris had his ice cream, he said. What flavour do you have? Carl says, you did look a bit down, Chris. I just had up Tesco's half price right now. They're doing Haagen-Dazs mango and something raspberry. That's it. Really nice. Plain Lidl's copy of a Magnum. That's it. I get that. We call them over here knockoff Soleros. We get knockoff Soleros over here from Lidl. Or Aldi even, sorry. There we are, that's our windows done. We'll put them to one side now. Don't know if you guys can see, I'm not very good at fine things, so bear with me if I mess this up a few times. Or stab myself. I might stab myself, so that'll be a bit of entertainment for you. Tim says that model railway royalty. I am honoured to be called that. Most call me a yes. Okay. Not in this stream. Ah, brilliant. So if you just joined, we're making our builder's yard. That's what they call it, Metcalf kits. I'll throw rubbish on the floor. Clear that up later. Don't do that at home. Let's see. Carl says we should do a point system if we are on the same stream. What's this point system all about? Tell me what this is. I really like these new Metcalf kits. I love how they've used the wood, like, I don't know what it is to be fair. Really thin slivers of wood, but it's lovely. I think they're really good for kits. There we go, another forward out. They cut really nicely. Tim says drop knife in legs happens more often than not. I get more holes in my leg than I do in my in a sieve. I know how that is. I put a drill through my hand the other day. Well, I say the other day, it was a few months ago now. I sort of put a drill straight up in between there. I had to have plastic surgery inside to get it all put back together. Wasn't very clever, it was a 10mm wood drill bit. I'll try not to do that one again. Ewan's in, that's the Growler Blackwood. Thanks for joining, appreciate it. How are you this evening? Yeah, I was surprised actually. It missed everything that was vital. It took out everything that wasn't vital, but left everything intact that was. I was very happy, considering. There we are, so we've got our Canopy edges out. Here's a tip for you guys. Little tester pots of paint from the range, the Johnston's range. This antique cream is the exact colour you want for cream canopies, and dusky berries are great red for model size, model things. It comes out the right colour when it's dried for what we're doing today. And they only cost $1.50 a massive pot. They're going to last me for like 10 years each doing things like this. I've lost my knife. What have I done with my knife? There it is. Who else have we got in today? Steve Harper, good evening. Yeah, everyone keeps meeting each other in all the streams. I hadn't realised everybody was streaming today. I was in Rachel's stream earlier. That's the one I ever inadvertently took a nap through. Fell asleep watching it, I'm afraid. I got a day off today, so... Look at that, they just fall out. Perfect. Who else we got in here? Who else has joined? Oh, nobody else there. To be fair now, I think all these live streams are great. They're a brilliant hideaway from the news and the media and what's going on recently, so I'm very pleased everybody's doing them. Makes for far better watching. We went for a jump. Ready? Hey! Apart from that one. A beer? You know what? You're right. Let's get a beer. Everyone get a beer. Whoa. There you are. I'm ready. Sharp knives and beer, brilliant. Do not do this at home. This one is the Metcalf Platform Canopy, and this is model number PN940 if anyone's looking for it. If you want to see the finished article, Rachel at Mini with Stats and Junction's got a whole ton of them. And I've stolen the colours that she was using. I think she used Tamiya paints, but I just used the cheapo DIY ones. Have some of that, shall we? That's the one. Hi Rachel, thanks for joining. Rachel says she needs at least 8 more of these Canopy kits. That is something else. How many do you have so far? I reckon you've probably got about 12? 10, 12 already? You would have bought all of Metcalf's stock. Saying that, I bought all of Metcalf's Pico's platform edging the other day. When we went into the first lockdown. Sorry if you're looking for that. I needed it for my 5-foot platform. Right, what else do we got? We got the old black bits of card. I think they just fall out if I remember rightly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Belmont Junction, pounds is right. They are brilliant kits though, they are worth it. If you were to try and buy the same stuff in the Scenecraft stuff, it'd be 30 quid each, easy. Probably more. And they don't provide any entertainment like this, so, you know. Would you really want it? Some of the Scenecraft stuff's good. I've got one of their signal boxes. I've got 2 of them actually. They are nice. Must admit, I do like them. Right, that's them. And the final lot to cut out. We'll get rid of this rubbish. You chuck it on the floor because that's what you do with it. This is all our reinforcement parts, so everything. This is the backing card, if anyone's wondering. Ewan is going to get his evening meal. I see that. And Digger Evans is going to eat his at the keyboard. I like your style. Same as me. I think we keep that piece for that one. Ah, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, Ewan. So when's your new shed going in? I've been following that. So a bit more of that. Now, put all these pieces to one side. What do I do first? Positioning jig. Ah, okay. Got it. That one. That one. That one. One of them. Some of this. Let's go. So this is a jig. It's going to allow me to make all of these exactly the same way every time. Make loose blocked. This is the last of my rocket card glue and it's gone orange. so we're going to have to just deal with orange. Yeah. Oh, I need to get rid of that somewhere. Yes. Nasty. Right, let's try this glue out again, shall we? Chris says, Ewan's dinner smells good. Still blocked. If I had a pin, I'd be using a pin for this, but I don't right now. Wow, it's mega blocked. There it goes. Some come out and nothing else come out. Huh. I forgot it's fireworks night in the UK, isn't it, tonight? How's that going down with the lockdown? Ah, the Heritage Line, thanks for joining us. I didn't spot you earlier. You see, over in Ireland, they don't celebrate that. We don't have a fireworks night. I think fireworks here are illegal, actually. They have some official displays and they're like excuses for fireworks, but there's no actual fireworks night. Something I would have actually flown in for, to go and see some fireworks at some big display somewhere. If it weren't for this thing. There goes another one. I do think the way that Metcalfe have designed these kits compared to their old ones is far better. So what we're doing, we're sandwiching the decorative pieces between the, what to call it, the structural pieces there, and giving us more 3D look. Oh yeah, forget about dogs, they don't like fireworks. Tim says, are we in lockdown over here? Don't know who is and who's not. And you're not allowed to go out unless it's essential. We're allowed 3 miles from our homes for exercise, and only further than that if it's essential. But not allowed to go to meet anybody or anything like that. Ireland was the first one to go back into lockdown. Hey James, welcome to the chat. Yeah, so this is the station canopy. We're building this kit. Right there. Metcalf's new kit, very good kits. Definitely recommend them. They're kits that, how do I put it, make someone like me look like a master builder. It's brilliant. There we go. Tim says, I am allowed to get my JD, so I'm happy. Good. I haven't had that in years, actually, Jack Daniels. Assuming you're talking about Jack Daniels. There we are, that's another one. Look, they're very easy and quick to make. I suppose I should ask anyone in that chat there, hit that like button. It's much appreciated. I got 7 likes and 18 viewers. There we go, up it goes, much better. I don't do it for the likes, I do it because I enjoy it. Start using the other side, it's getting a bit sticky now. This rocket car glue is so good, it's starting to stick to the everything. This is how fast you can actually model with rocket card glue. The stuff's so good. You haven't got to wait for anything to set, because by the time you take it out, it's pretty much already setting. You don't got to touch it. Bit more bit. Oh wow, Dickie, you've got a horse. Did you say horse, or was that... Someone said horse. Who's got a horse? Did someone say horse? Or have I just seen that in my head? Digger says 1 year a Chinese lantern landed on the barn roof. That's not good. I'm sure someone said horse. Digger Evans has 4 horses. Wow, we're going to have to open a tramway there, a horse tramway. What's it like looking after 4 horses? Is it tough? Let me lose that. And James's mum also has a horse. Everyone's got horses, all but me. And I live right next to a big old beach as well, a big flat sandy one. I could take the horses out for a run every day. Proper gallop. There we are, that's all of those done. I wonder what the next bit to do is. Let's have a looky. I cannot remember. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to get the first one we did, that should be dry nicely by now, and stick these in. Chris says I'm feeling hoarse. Of course. Jackie says she thinks all fireworks should be banned from selling fireworks. James Hardy, stick with model railways, it's easier. Yeah. I can forget about model railway and it's still there when I come back. That's the brilliance of model railways, I suppose. J94 says he hasn't got a horse, but he helped out with horses. And he was terrified. I'll tell you a story. I was riding horse in Turkey, and I was galloping along the beach with the horse. We were going at full tilt, and this other horse that was tied up on the side spooked, but they hadn't tied the horse up properly, and it bolted backwards across the beach and had some really long reins on it. Half of the reins come off and half of the reins stayed on the horse, but it formed a big old line across the beach and my horse went straight underneath it, and I got ripped off the horse by my neck. But I got back on. I got straight back on. But it looked like I tried to hang myself for the rest of the holiday. But I didn't have any time to react. I could see it was about to happen. So it just, happened. But I do enjoy going riding though. Oh no, here come all the horse jokes. Carl says, nay, not you, Chris. There we are. That's one piece done. And what do they want me to do to the next bit? Build the frame, now repeat the step for the next bit, leave to dry before the next step. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to make two more and then join them together. That way that lot will have dried by the time I finish this. Yeah, we celebrate a treasonable plot. I suppose it's the thwarting of the treasonable plot that they are celebrating, possibly. Oh yeah, definitely don't stand behind the horse, any horse. Regardless whether you know the horse, don't stand behind it. Oh. Asking for trouble there. Horses don't like anyone standing behind them. Huh. I didn't know that, Tim. That's interesting. Did you know he says until 1959 it was illegal not to celebrate Bonfire Night in Britain? James says, how's the layout doing? It's doing brilliantly, actually. I've got it all set up behind us, and I have this thing called iTrain, and I've upgraded to the Pro version, so I can now control it off of my desktop next to my work computer. So you can guess what I'm doing while I'm working away. I'm every time something goes wrong, amending the software. So we're going to get perfect one of these days, a lot quicker than we would have done otherwise. The unfortunate thing is my trains are gathering some mileage fairly quickly. I've got one train that's done over 100 miles now. James says it must be hard modelling in N-gauge. Yes and no. It's not hard modelling in N-gauge if you're doing a small model railway. If you're doing a big model railway like mine, I would say it is, because there's so much to do to get it done. It's the quantity that's involved, I think, more than anything else. But when it's a small model, you just get used to the smaller size. Even if they say you couldn't get used to it, you can, eventually. It's only if you have eyesight problems or the shakes or whichever that it'd put you off it, I guess. Digger Evans says, if Model N-gauge was the same size as 00, I'd love a 00 layout, but I got no space for that, I'm afraid. I could fit maybe a single track line around what I've got now, and it would look right. So I could model a branch line, but instead in N-gauge I've modelled a 4-track main line with a branch line as well. So operationally I'm much happier with the N-gauge. It's more interesting to me. If I had the bigger space, I could model what I've done now in 00 gauge, but it would take 4 times the space of what I have done. But I would do it if I could. The only thing is, I couldn't take it to exhibitions very easily because it'd need a van to take it then. O gauge, very difficult, I think, because the size of the models, you have to have all of the detail on it, otherwise it don't look right. You can tell when something's missing too easily off O gauge. If you're running it for fun at home, like on a board, no problems at all. But if you're trying to make a model railway like a layout, then it is quite difficult, I think, in O gauge. Yeah, I need a field for O gauge, yeah. Yeah, 009's nice, you fit a lot of detail in 009. I used to model 009 a long time ago. The only thing with 009, it doesn't have the appeal to a wide audience, it's very specialist. And if you're taking it to exhibitions, I like taking my layouts to exhibitions, and 009 is you get less invites. This hasn't gone very well. I have some G-gauge. I have it in my parents' garden. It used to be mine. I gave it to them because they got a place with a garden. The garden is really the only place for G-gauge unless you run it around the top of your room. Otherwise, you have nowhere to go. In your house, it'd just be just G-gauge. Would you go in? It won't go in. Oh, there we go. We'll use our guide. There we are. Tim says I only get to see the same train go by every hour. Come to Ireland, I see no train go by every hour. The local line here they ripped up actually, back in the 70s I think. And then the train to Dublin, I think there's 4 a day. From Waterford City, it's a city to a city and there's 4 trains a day like. Ewan says, these kits are great for kit bashing. They are. I kit bashed the retaining walls of Metcalfe a little while ago to fit what I needed. Brilliant job they are. Oh no, it come undone again. Stayed up. There we go, I'll put that to one side to dry whilst we assemble this piece. No, the original blue Pullmans didn't survive. That's why we got that blue HST going around now. What does everyone think of that? I didn't like it on paper. I didn't mind it in person, sort of like it, but it looks a bit basic to me. It reminds me of Indian Railways, old Indian Railways liveries. But it is from that era, so. It's an interesting comparison. Ewan says, what made us move to Ireland? Got fed up of working so much to get so little. I'll be honest with you. The wages compared to cost of living in Ireland's a lot less than it is in the UK. And then if there's anything I missed in the UK, I just fly back and go see it for a weekend. Whether that be like a steam railway or whichever, or a model exhibition. Chris says he has to go now and make tea. Thanks for joining us, Chris. Hit the like button on your way out. Thanks for joining. No, the original blue Pullmans apparently were very unreliable. They were split into 2 sections, so like the first 6 carriages and the last 6 carriages, they'd have 2 halves and they'd mix and match the halves together to service the different ends. Or if one end had a fault, they'd switch the last 6 carriages for another 6 carriages. But their main problem was they were such a small fleet that they were very expensive to maintain as well. Parts for specialists rather than mass produced. J94 thought it was a prank being shown. I thought it was a prank at first as well. I'll be honest with you. James says the Isle of Wight is interesting. It's interesting for now. They're swapping the old underground stock for less old underground stocks that won't be as interesting. Still be interesting, but not as interesting. But for the locals, I understand that the reliability of the old tube line underground stock is getting a bit questionable now and giving them a poor service, so I can't blame them. It'd be nice to see the old tube stock there go into a museum, actually. It'd be nice to see if the Isle of Wight Railway would pick up some. Oh dear, it stuck to my finger. Oh yeah, Tim, you're on the Isle of Wight. I forgot about that. Exactly, only one set works now. And they have a strange interval over there, like a service every hour or something, but it's once a 20-minute gap and then a 40-minute gap because of where the passing loop is. I think there's plans to rectify that one day as well. Anybody else hold their breath while they're trying to do this stuff? I do. There we are. Just sit here now, hold that. Yeah, lucky it's only 8 miles long, yeah. Ah, that's good. One's going to the heritage line. I like to see that. There we go. It should be dry enough to let go. It is. Look at that. Time to paint it in a second. We're going to use Johnston's colour tester red. Dusky berry red. Tim says he thinks it might run smoother than if it goes to the heritage line. There's a good possibility there. I haven't been over to the Isle of Wight for about 10 years now. I went over last... How did I do it? Went over on the hovercraft. That was good fun. And I've been over other times at Ryde Pierhead on the passenger ferry too. Uh-oh. Ewan says, some strange people live on the Isle of Wight. Stay at the FMR Family Hotel. Yeah, there you go. No excuses now. Yeah, actually, Isle of Wight is very good. Very good fun. There used to be a ferry service from Dover to Calais, was it? Before they stopped doing that. This is the last one. It's very, very interesting. wonder if that's dry enough to undo. It is. So we're going to paint it. And we're going to get a bit of paper out instead of using that from the old printer. Here we are. There we go. What I does is this: I get this, shake it up, turn it upside down, get some on the lid. It's now on the lid. That's my paint pot. Sorted now. We'll start one end, make our way to the other, shall we? Or no, we'll start on the face of it. I won't lie, this is going to take some time. But we will get there. No one's ever seen me paint before. Literally nobody. You're all very lucky. Oh, John's joined. Hello, John. That's Piccadilly there. Welcome to the chat. I'm doing something from your skill set now. There we go. I'll do all the bits that are facing the other way later. I'll do all the bits that are facing me first, then turn it round. Watching paint dry, yes you are. My live stream's so great that I've managed to get you all to watch paint dry. How about that? Yeah, I'd say the interest has grown in the hobby quite a lot. I tell you what is a shame. There was no model railway challenge during the lockdowns. That would have been the icing on the cake to have grown the interest. But we are lucky to have those seasons, bringing more people into the hobby that have been made so far. They're probably still available as reruns. Or some iPlayer thing. Wow. Rachel said she's purchased a Batman Class 350 London Midland for a 00 gauge layout. Now that I want to see. Need a video on that or some live stream with that in it. I'd like a closer look at that. Please. Yeah, Hornby have turned around their... how do I put it? Their demise. And I will say demise because for the last how many years they haven't made a profit. They've finally made a profit this year. Which is a bit of great news. Still though, their profit margin was fairly tight still, but at least it was profit. Thanks for that, Rachel. I appreciate it. Rachel says, show your appreciation. Like, share, and subscribe. Now, Rachel, which way did you make your canopies? Did you paint the bits first before you stuck them together? Or did you do what I'm doing now and build it up this far and paint it? Or did you build the complete thing and paint it? Because I did, on my first one I made, I did what I said last. I built the whole thing up, then painted it. Just so I could see how it went together and basic test of the structure. The second one I did it this way. But I'm wondering whether I should have painted it before sticking these bits together. Yeah, the little end stuff was good. Gotcha, Rachel, that's how you did it, brilliant. I did see you making them in a video, I think. I just didn't remember. Let's have that a bit closer, shall we? Yes, we are making the Metcalfe Station canopy. That's that one there. That's for Henry's Transport Adventures and Beyond. So that's Metcalfe's new kit they released a little while ago. I see a couple on a friend's layout and just had to make me own as well. They were that good. So we're just painting it up now. We'll give that all a second coat now the other end's dried. This paint seems to dry incredibly quickly, which is really good for this sort of modelling. I remember that all scaled out when it came out. It was lovely stuff. Yes, I'll be painting all this red as well. I think red is definitely the right colour. Take care, Ewan. Thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. There we go. I think this is one of the most popular streams I've ever done yet, so much appreciated, everybody. There we go, especially for someone that doesn't stream very often. putting in the effort now. I know this is going to pay off. That's it. So I'm going to do the bits on the insides now at the back. Yeah, I never thought of that, Rachel. Stations are often painted to match the liveries of the trains. In theory, I should have gone with green, but I like the red. I do like the red. Today, rule 1 prevails. So, John, what are you up to for your next video? What you got lined up? When's your next N-gauge one? I like your N-gauge ones. I don't mind your 00 ones, but I love your N-gauge ones. So I can't get to those top bits this way around, so little bit I missed there. Let's go over the bits I missed. I say missed, the bits where the wood still slightly shows through. Now, turn it around. Do the insides. Oh, Donegal Dad, I didn't see you pop in. Welcome to the stream. Somebody else from Ireland. Who I think is actually from Ireland. Do love those spoilers. Thanks, John. So John's doing a Class 66 Fest with news updates and running. Do you like your running sessions? Go. Again, another. What do you think? What do you think of Dapol releasing a new batch of Super Voyagers just as Graham Farish prepared to release their Voyager rerun? I think they're specifically targeting Graham Farish with this one, especially at the price point. They come in an extra carriage for roughly £100 less is what Dapol are offering. Now I've done a bit more research into it. It may leave Graham Farish's offering dead in the water. So I think that's a shot right across their bow, if I'm honest. Automation, John. Do yourself a favour. if you're going to automate, do it before you ballast. So stop your ballasting, and on the bits that you haven't ballasted, start looking at the automation from there on. By all means do the bits you ballasted, but there will be a bit more effort, but it is really worth doing. Personally, I've enjoyed sitting back having my own exhibition every day. And then just clicking a button on a computer and the train does what I want it to do. The heritage line says, to be honest, Dapol got in first with the Voyager the first time round, so I think they're just trying to mark their territory. Could well be there, actually. I remember Dapol's version came out as one of their first things that they did, and it sort of established them as a good N-gauge maker, even though the models weren't great. They were middle of the road for the time, and we were pleased to have them because there wasn't much modern image N-gauge out there when they did them. I remember that distinctly. For the price, I think they're good now. Compared to Farish offering, say £191 the shop seem to be offering them at, compared to Graham Farish's most shop offering about 330. So I look forward to new Avanti liveries. I will get one of those, assuming Revolution release the Pendolino again, and I'll have that in Avanti livery, you see. There, right. Where should I move this to now? Let's go that away. Hello Jerry, welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining. Yeah, YouTube's brilliant at that, isn't it? But don't worry, my streams go on for hours for some reason. I have no idea how I manage it. I'm going to have to lift this one to paint this. I can see the chat's going a million miles an hour there. Personally, I think both Voyagers are quite lagging behind, says John. Behind times need dramatic updating. An interior to start with would be good. No, I agree with that. Would be very good to see an interior. If Dapol could do a better job at the interior than they did with the 142s, we'd be laughing. I've just had to order a load of new gears for my 142s to strip their gears. Both of them. So with mileage they actually fail. And I opened them up, they were still greased. They were clean. Apart from a big lump of plastic that had melted and stuck itself around the housing. So So I guess I might do a video on that when they come through and I'll replace them. I probably still want big lives, 5-hour marathons. No. I think I got into 3.5 to 4 hours before. That tends to be on the running sessions. I do something like this and I go off for a running session. That could well happen today still. We'll get some old trains running. Show you what I've been up to on the layout. Digger Evans says it's a pleasure to support everybody's channel in here. I appreciate that. Thank you. I enjoy everybody coming into the chat. So I don't often do these, so it's very nice to see you all in here. Rachel, how did you sit and do 9 of these? Is it 9 or 10 of them, I'd say? In that case, John, that grease was factory installed, so it hadn't been opened. So that's an interesting one, if it's been something to do with the grease. There was a lot of grease. There's a good millimetre thicker grease in there, to be fair. That's the way to do it, Rachel. Yeah, and Rachel, well done to you. 2,000 is correct. 2,120 I counted when I was in there today. Your subscribers, so well done on that. That is impressive. That's all your high quality live streams that you do. You provide a great service. Mahano Prestige Class 66. I didn't know they were doing them. That's interesting. I haven't seen any reviews on those or anything yet. One of you's better race to make one of them. A review video. I'd be interested to see that. I had some of their stuff when I was younger, the Mahano stuff. They used to sell it through Argos. Painting my fingers now. Good job, John. I'd like to see that. That's John Dawson. I should have said that. I forget there's two Johns in here now. That's good, Donegal Dad. You have a little boy there that's sitting down and watching the trains. He's a big fan. Keep him doing that. Yes, there's so many 66s being released by model manufacturers now. Be nice to see a big old lineup of all of them. Those from the past and those from the present as well. So the old releases of 66s too. Maybe work through the release dates. If anybody has that many 66s, I'm sure there's someone that has them all. There's always someone that has them all. I can't believe they make so many 66s though. Surely you'd think the market was saturated with them by now, but it isn't. Very popular model. Considering only one manufacturer's made the 68s, no manufacturer's made the 88s. Everybody's just gone for the 66s. Even though they've been around for ages, the 66s now. Suddenly it's just like a 66 marathon of models. Indeed, even Lima used to make 66s. Whoopsie daisy. There we go, we're slowly turning red now. J94 says doesn't own a class 66 or 59. 59 would be interesting now. I saw one go on eBay for a stupid price. in N-gauge. They don't make them in N-gauge since like year 2012. I think there was a Graham Farish release, I think, back then. Maybe it was Graham Farish or Dapol. That's interesting, that is, with hat and stuff. That it's easy to maintain. I suppose it is, really. You haven't got to go through third parties. Whereas anything that's normal Dapol stuff, you have to go through DCC supplies. And they're easy enough to actually deal with. I've been emailing them. I email what I want and they send me a bill. I pay the bill. They send it. They've been very good, actually. But I seem to be repairing a lot more Dapol units than I do anything else. Steve Harper says, am I right? The 88 is the electric version of 68i plus a pantograph. Yeah, that's exactly correct. That's exactly what they are. But the diesel engine in them is a lot smaller. It's the last few miles job, that is, the diesel engine. They don't go much further than a short branch. You wouldn't run it 30 miles on it. But you would run it a couple of miles down an unpowered branch. So in that respect, they're very good, very handy. There's a lot of freight sidings that are on electric lines that the last few miles are unpowered, and they're very handy for that. They used to build 66 in Canada, that's right. And they used to drop them off of ships as well when they got here. I've seen a few videos of that happening, pictures even. Still can't wait for Revolution to bring out their Mark 5s. Really looking forward to that. It's first quarter 2021. They're going to be brilliant. To go with my Transpennine Express. At the moment, Dapol released Transpennine Express, but there's no coaches to go with it. I think that's probably hurt their sales quite a bit. They've been popular, but nowhere near as popular as they could have been. I think that's why they're still running releases of them though, because Revolution are an Acura scale for 00 gauge will be releasing the Mark 5s, so they're keeping the production line running until then, when they know they'll sell a lot more. Huh? 66 and that, a 99 where ice cream's been dropped. Who said that? Jerry said that. That's a good one, that one. I like that one. Steve, take care. Thank you much for joining us. And I'll see you in the next one. I hope so. I'd say I'm about 2/3 the way through painting this now. Maybe a halfway actually. 2/3 is a bit optimistic there. J94, you will be there forever. Rachel, what was that new class of unit you saw that pulled up? 196, was it? The Angry Bee unit. So it's like orange and black. Wow, you saw the first one in the series there. So Rachel saw 196001. That was a spot. Grand Central. I'm not sure what you mean there, J94. I've been to Grand Central Station. Oh, you mean Grand Central, the opera? Sorry, yeah, orange and black. Ah, Rachel says it's orange and purple. May come out a bit differently on camera then. That's the only thing with these, Rachel. They're so bitsy everywhere. They take ages to paint these two. But I'm sure once these are done, they're going to look brilliant altogether. Ah, yes, it is the West Midlands one. That's it. Yeah, spraying them would be a clever idea, John. I wish I'd have thought of that. I'll have to match the paint now, the paint that I've used. For anything like this in the future, you're right though, John, I will be spraying them. You're definitely right to say that. It shows you how awful I am at modelling. Now I do this bit. I've used probably the worst paint I could have done. I have no idea, but it seems to be doing the job. I still have no idea after reading it. Some decorating stuff. But it was cheap. It was very cheap. It worked out $1.50 a pot. And it was the exact colour I wanted, so I went with it. No, not acrylic. I'd assume some sort of emulsion stuff. I don't know much about paint, if I'm honest. Yet they're exactly like J94 paint tester pot. In Ireland, you sort of have to make do with what you can get your hands on. And if you try and order the right stuff that you want from the net, you find it gets here and it's the wrong shade. And I've done that a few times. I'm giving up trying to order off the internet for colours because it never works. To be fair, John, this is my last Canopy for now, so I'll get this one finished. And for the next project, we will do some sprays. I could get a spray gun, that's what I need. Nice spray gun. Unfortunately, funds were a bit low this month. I bought a big old circular saw for another project I've got. Unrelated to models, I'm just renovating a car trailer. It's got wooden bits in it, so needed new lining of plywood, so I got the circular saw to cut that up. Get some 18mm ply. Gonna paint that with an oil-based paint, and that'll be grand. And then my friend's got some old metal he don't want. I'm gonna line the bottom of the trailer with metal. Oh wow, Birmingham to Hereford and Shrewsbury. And the Rugeley Trent Valley, that'd be interesting. So the 196s, are they dual mode? Or have they electrified that far yet? And let me guess, they're made by CAF. CAF. Yeah, marine ply. I thought about it. Still, so I haven't ordered the wood yet, so. When I originally got the trailer, they'd used 6mm plywood and hadn't treated it at all. And then put laminate floorboards on top of it. But it was only to carry a boat, and it's a little mirror sailing dinghy. And the trailer itself, the boat sat on top of the metal structure with like carpet wrapped around the metal pieces for it to sit on top of. And it was brilliant for that, but I no longer have the boat, so the trailer has to be modified now to work for other things. And the bottom fell out of it. Over the years, 5 years. Yes, CAF, that's right, yeah. CAF. Yeah, marine ply over here especially is extremely expensive. Jerry's right. I was going to build my model railway out of birch ply until I found the prices. And I realised it'd be like £1,000. €1,000 just in wood. I'll soon turn my nose up at that. Birch ply is amazing, but if you can afford it and you've got a mobile layout, go for it. But not here. There we go. Yeah, it is expensive. €80 a sheet, £70 a sheet. 8x4. Whereas the standard stuff's about 25 down here. I was in the shop today. There we go, just touching up the final bits now. Yeah, I do need an airbrush. Yeah, everyone keeps saying it's like watching paint dry. I need a good cheap starter set, I do. Get me into it. I have no idea what I'm doing with paint, so. Get a compressor with a tank. I could use that with one of my other professions as well. I'm a cycle technician, I can fix bikes. Use it to pump up all the old tyres with that. Wonder if a cycle, an automotive one, would work on a normal airbrush. You see, in that case I will have to wait a while before I get an airbrush on. And this labour intensive work will have to go on for maybe another few months till after Christmas. But as you say there, buy cheap, buy twice. Yeah, they are a bit noisy. I'll have to see what I can get hold of. There we are. That'll do. Stick that to one side. I'm going to put this brush under some water for a second. There we go. That's that done. Now, what's next? Stick that one side. James Pets says, live stream from the den of automation. I wish I had this automated right now. This painting is taking forever. We are actually doing some modelling today. GWR Marsh Junction says, what are you making? Making that. Platform canopies, Metcalf kits. N-scale PN940 from Metcalf. I don't need this on paper anymore actually. Stick it back on the board. What do they want me to do with those? They want me to stick them to these. Right. I bet this is all jammed up again. Yep, it's jammed up. There we go. One. Two. Lawata good. Are good airbrushes too. Lawata. Lawata. Let's have a look. Lawata. Airbrush. Oh, Iwata. Iwata. I don't know how to say that. Let's just go with that. Amazon. Whoa, they got a great price too. Gravity fed. That one not bad, 85. That's just the brush though, without the canister. Wonder if it got a kit. Whoa, 214, but it is the whole kit. Siphon feed or gravity fed? What's the preference? Side or gravity stage 2, gotcha. Gravity fed, right. Then that's what I'll be looking at. GWR Marsh Junction says, does anyone know where I can get a complete respray on a pannier? So if anyone knows, pop that in the comments. Rachel, I missed it. To be fair, I don't think they would have shipped it to Ireland. I think they have to go through a courier. I could ship it to my family in London, but I think that sort of thing I'd rather have straight away. And again, I couldn't fly back with that either. I don't know if they'd let me take that on the ferry. I think I would have to courier one over. James Pett says, tell me, does your layout have uncoupling planned as part of its operations? No, I don't on mine, I'm afraid. My one's all fixed rakes. I don't have anywhere that there would be anywhere to uncouple. Donegal Dad, yeah, I do use the dress pal, but their maximum carry weight is 20 kilograms, and a lot of this stuff is heavier. Also, they've got very strict rules of what they will and won't carry. That may be something that they won't carry as well. Parcel motels another choice. Again, they've got the same rules. They won't carry much unless it's basic stuff or electronics. That's all them done. Suppose a bit of paint then now. This one won't take so long. Yeah, James, very 21st century. Now, you might be able to see it don't look like it's making much difference, this paint, but it does once it's dried. It looks a lot better. And this job don't take that long. If I was just painting stuff like this, I wouldn't be looking for the airbrush. Yeah, James, they are Metcalf kits. Metcalf PN940 platform canopy sets. And they are very good. To see a load of them all made up already, pop over to Minnie Wistaston Junction. She has loads already set up. And they really do look the part as well. Okay, that's that getting done. You are welcome, Rachel. There goes another one. I say these look far better painted than unpainted. No, the colour's incredibly similar, but the texture's a lot different. No problem, James. Yeah. Donegal Dad is at the complete opposite end. I must be Waterford Nick. I'm in the sunny southeast, not that we see any sun. They like to call it the sunny southeast. It never happens. Oh, what is the big graph on the computer screen? That is the live stream. So down here is all your chats and I'm reading them. This is how many people have entered and exited the video. So at the moment we have 19 viewers. Just there. According to YouTube. Yeah, Jerry Wicklow's in the middle between us both. I was up in Wicklow a little while ago. They've got the little train fair that happens in the sports hall place. It's like a cycle club. I like going in there. Weather's still rubbish, yeah. There we are. That one's done. Another one. Oh, G-Man Tree. I know who that is. That is a guy I bought a layout from in a service station in the middle of, what was it, off the M25. No, thanks for that. I appreciate you doing that for me. You'll be pleased to know Town is very safe and it's even had its first exhibition. At the moment I have Town just parked to one side while I get this done to an acceptable degree, and then I'm going to go back on to Town and get some more work done on that one. I built a control panel for the top. There's a few electrical niggles, but it all got solved in the end, no problem. But it does sit proudly on display, it's not hidden away, which is good. They wanted Town for the International N-Gage show this year, but it wasn't to be. I'd completed the top. I'd finished all the modelling on the top. With the automation, it's a lot easier than it looks once you get your head around it. You need to get your head around it before you start on it though. If anyone's looking at automation, I would highly suggest speaking to James Hudson of DCC Train Automation. He's the UK vendor for most of the automation products and provides outstanding service, and I am not paid to say that. There we go, that's that one done. But I've got dirty finger marks on them. Paint over the dirty finger marks. That'll do. Yeah, it was in my 100 subscriber special, that was some time ago. Was Sarum Town. But I will get it out again and we'll have another video of that. I'll have to remember what it's like to run a layout again then. That's it, that's that paintbrush washed off. What's next? What are we doing next? We're getting this. And we're fitting those to this, I think. Are we? Oh no, we're putting the top bits in first. Uh-oh, I forgot to paint them. More painting to do. I'll glue them in first. Realistically, the automation's basically like having an old DC layout where you had the isolating sections, apart from they're all live. That's all it is. There's not much more than that. If you could wire up an old isolated section on a DC layout, you can do automation. For me, it was just the software side I had to get used to. Once I got used to it, it was plain sailing from then. All things considered. There we are. Yes, Graham, you will do. I'll definitely have Sarum Town out. Sarum Town was last exhibited on March the 13th and 14th, just before lockdown. I had it out in Belfast in a show called Krieger. Krieger Presbyterian Church had a exhibition to raise funds for their roof, I think. Sarum Town is set around the Salisbury area, I think around the 80s. But my stock is all modern, so it just looks like a very rundown modern layout in effect when I run the modern stuff on it. Which I quite like. This is not sitting flush. There we go, that's better. Yeah, it does travel. As I say, it was supposed to go this year to Leamington Spa, but that didn't happen. I've got a provisional booking for next year now, but by the time next year comes around, I'll have that Western Parkway set up. So of the two, I reckon they'll probably ask for that one, just because of the novelty of automation. There we are. I'll let that all set. The new layout is 14 feet by 6 feet, and it's comprised of 8 4-foot by 2-foot boards. And all of the boards, when they come down, if you place one scenic side opposite to another but the opposite way around, they bolt together, so they actually fit in a car. Each board takes up about 9 inches width because of that, so they all fit nicely into a car. So it was built with transport in mind. Yes. I've no doubt that will eventually get us way down to one of the London shows eventually. My parents, as you know, live in London, so I'll combine a trip to see them with showing an exhibition with that one. I'm sure they'd like to see it as well. Now I get our red paint back out. It's a bit of an experience, that is, driving to London from here. Bit of fun. Bit of an adventure. I showed my other layout, Western Town, when I had that working in an exhibition in where was I? Somewhere near Bristol. There's a model place, a model shop near Bristol. Not shop, club. And I stayed in an Airbnb local to there on the way to London. And that was a great fun. And I got to show at the Railway Museum up in Whitehead, or is it Whitehead or Whitehead, up in County Antrim. That was great fun. Graham says, I'm sure I can travel north. Think my passport is still in date. It's great actually. At Krieger I took Western East. Great name, isn't it? Western East. And I took Sarum Town with me. So I actually operated 2 layouts. One's a 3x2, which is made over leftover materials that I had from another layout. This is a layout I've yet to feature on this channel. It is still in existence, and I will show that in the future. And Sarum Town, which is a 4x2 layout with 3 levels. I remember in one of the posts on the forum, someone called it crafty carpentry. Which I don't have, so I'm just about alright to make a 4x2 flat piece of board, let alone that. and I used Western Town as a test base for my automation. It worked fairly well, but I only used it to learn, and I switched over to Western Parkway with all the equipment. I put it all onto that one and scrapped Western Town. Loads of people offered to buy Western Town actually when I said I was scrapping it, but it was worth more in equipment than it was as a layout. So that's what happened to that, and I've reused some of the buildings off it and all of the electronics. There we are. Yeah, I've seen Stanley Bridge. I've seen your video. You have what is it, a 66 running over it. You tested your first train over it a while back. I want to see some more of that. Okay. Yeah, 90% of the layout is recyclable. Absolutely. Says TimberSurf. However, I went with the new layout. I used those new Pico Unifrog points. People haven't had much good to say about those, but I've actually had a lot of luck with them. I find them really, really good. They enabled me to install them as a Unifrog point and slowly upgrade everything to Electrofrog without actually having to modify anything, just by adding wires underneath eventually. And I did it in my own time rather than having to do it all in one go. So I had a lot of good to say about those. They've been very, very handy. I went to the last Worley exhibition and bought up all of the points around the whole of the show, the Unifrog ones that I could find. I left 0 from any of the stalls for Western Parkway, so I apologise if anyone was looking for them then. But it was the only opportunity I had to get them. I walked into Cheltenham Parkway. I said, "You got 30 of these and 30 of them?" I see their eyes just ringing up pound signs like. And that was funny. Yeah, there's a few videos on G-Man Tree's channel. You should go check G-Man Tree's channel out actually, that's Graham. He's got some very interesting layouts coming along. If you like my channel, you should go and subscribe, because a lot of it is very similar and genuinely better. I'd like to see a nice running session video from you, Graham, soon. One day. Good job, James. Absolutely. Throw a subscribe to G-Man Tree. There's some good stuff on there. There we go, that's that done. Now, what would Metcalf like me to do next? Fit the gable ends. I am gonna rub this paint away before I try that. Ah, brilliant, Graham, thanks. Yeah, I will be watching out for those videos. That's it. Let's stick these on. Got some movement now. Rather than painting. You see some stuff actually get stuck on. He says really poorly doing it. There. Yeah, you too, Graham. Thanks for joining us. And don't be a stranger. Come into the next one. Drop by from time to time. Whoopsie daisy. See you in a bit, digger. Thanks for joining. Hit that like button. There we go. Another one of them. See, guys, on these videos you get all the enjoyment of the Metcalf kits without actually having to make one. Isn't it good? You're all going. Timber Surf's off. Take care, Timber Surf. Oh, I forget to say, actually, we've got a new Facebook group. I started up Rule 1 Model Railways. It's basically a free-for-all. I want to see everything to do with model railways, whatever you like. YouTube videos, hints, tips, advice, the lot. One-stop shop. If anyone wants to join that, in my last video there's a link at the bottom. Be great to see a few of you in there. Oh, it's heavy on one side. I didn't think this through, did I? Just got to hold it for a minute now, let them all set. Squish them all together. Oh, Brecknock Valley Model Railway. I actually haven't seen you in the chat before. That's probably my fault, but welcome. Thank you for joining. Dig Evans, welcome back. Next, start doing this side now. Ah, Rachel, thank you. You're on the ball. That's the link that Rachel just shared from Mini Wistaston Junction to my new Facebook group. This is the first time I've advertised it properly. So you'll all be founding members. How about that? Digger, you are incredibly lucky in that case. Do they have an outlet at the factory or anything that would allow you to get the models from them direct? Apart from obviously them mailing them. I know they can mail. Thank you, James. I appreciate you joining. That we're going to have a massive load of people in my group. Thank you very much. I'd say they are stocked very well in that case. Digger Evans, if they're only down the road. They have no excuses there. Right, what do they want me to do next? Let's have a looky. Fit the gutters. Don't have to back the gutters, do I? Nope, just fit the gutters. So we'll just fit the gutters then. Apparently these are gutters. They don't look like gutters, but they're gutters. So we'll go with it. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. One and two. That's it, that one's tried. Stuck my finger to it as well. I bet if there was a crime anywhere and it was at a modeller's house or whatever, they could tell who the model belonged to just by the DNA that's stuck to the things. There we are, so spit. There we are, starting to actually resemble a canopy now, guys. I'll give you a closer look. Not bad for a little Metcalf kit, hey? I think they look just the job. Frecknut Valley Model Railway says, imagine how easy it would be to identify people if they all had something that had their DNA glued to it. Yeah. No getting away with anything in this house. James Pett says, I approve of model canopies that resemble actual canopies. Yep, me too. Now I'm guessing this is the stage that we attach the windows. But we'll double check. Yes, we attach the windows. Let's glue the windows in. Welcome back, Ewan. This is our progress so far. There you are. We're getting along now. I'm going to glue the windows in. That side done. And that side done. Next. James Pett says, am I planning on having station lighting? Not in the immediate future, no. It is something I would think about though. Definitely going to have some buildings lit up around the layout and some street lighting around the layout, but at the moment the buildings on the platform I haven't thought about yet, or the platform lighting. I would like to get the signals working first, so I need to get colour signals and the decoders to go with them. I think they would have more of an impact on the enjoyment of the layout, so we're going to go with them first. Now our platforms were so bare, these are giving me the best bang for me buck at the moment, so that's what I'm doing with these. Getting sticky fingers. James Pets, I will have an order from CR Signals to match the DR4018 units from DigiKeys. I know you have to have either anode or cathode, I can't remember which it is now. Specific LEDs in the CR Signals to work with them, so I'm going to request a particular set and see what they do. But I want to get there. I've already got a pair of 4-aspect ones, so I want to get 4-aspect ones in because it's a main line, and on the branch we'll get some 3 or 2-aspect signals. I don't really know much about signalling, so I'm going to have a crash course to figure out what goes where. I've always been able to see when I used to work on the railway where the signals go on platforms and things, but never really around the actual running lines. Although I did get the odd cab ride on the underground and that. At some points. But obviously underground signalling completely different. Yeah, I want to get the 4-aspect signals working, prototypically. So I have more than 4 blocks around the layout, so it will give me a green, double yellow, yellow, red. Rachel's fitting more lights on her platforms. That's good to see. I want to see that as well. Oh, with the Heathcote. Oh yeah, I did that with Heathcote Electronics before I used the sensors, and they were fine, but they weren't linked into the DCC. You see, I want to get it all linked into the DCC. I don't know if Heathcote can do that, but I'll have a look into that as well. James Pett says tight signal from CR Signals represent late 20th century practice. Many of these still in place, but they have been replaced on the electrified parts of the Great Western Main Line now. But they are still, personally, I think, the best signals to scale for model use. Most people probably won't know that they've been replaced. It will be the people that are really employees of the railway, perhaps, that will know that they've been replaced, are people that really are into signalling. But as realistic as I like, I think they're good enough for me. Now what do? We fit the roofing. Exciting times. Too much glue. There we go. Dries clear, luckily, but Oh, that's good, Jerry. 31 cents is a bargain. I know what that's like. If they're a bargain, you have them, then you're stuck with them. Yeah, done that a lot. That's far too much glue. Okay. There. That'll do. Yes, Knock Valley Model Railway, I have noticed that. You stick Model Railway on anything, the price goes straight up. Yep. Donegal Dad. Oh yeah, what they call that? He says he's got boxes full of bargains and projects. Models beyond life expectancy. That's what they call it, I think. Now I'm going to stick this on the layout. Ooh, and we can have some running. Yeah, that's all three of them on. Now we'll turn you guys around. And we're going to do some running, how about that? See my mess. I'm trying to get the tripod through. There's not much space, I'm afraid. Nope, we're stuck. Oh, there we go. There we are. Tell you what, I'll turn the camera around now. Can I do it? Without gluing the screen together. Here we go. We now have 3 platform canopies. Oh, the heritage line is off. Thanks for coming in. Stay safe, take care. So, I think we should run some trains. We'll see if the automation's still working, shall we? It looked silly when I had one. It looked alright when I had 2. It looks fine now I got 3. I might stop there at 3, or I might run them down the platforms. I'm not sure yet. I might end up with 6. But we'll see what I do with them. Let's get on that computer and get the trains running now. Right. Go. Here comes our steam special. That only comes round once every 10 or so minutes. There it goes. There goes our non-stop high-speed train express, Great Western. And here comes our first Great Western unit under caution following the steam express. So that steam special is a 4MT tank. There we go, the line's cleared in front and now the HST is off. And there goes our Dapol Super Voyager. And that was our Graham Farish normal Voyager, that one. Non-tilting. Oh, here comes something interesting. Our Welsh Premier set, I swapped the decoders out now from the lace ones. We're now using Lens Silver Minis Plus. They're far better. And that's just coming in off the branch line. There it is. I still don't have the stopping position done right for that, I don't think. It still keeps stopping early and I haven't figured out why. So more work required on the stopping position for that one. Yes, James, I absolutely agree. Good decoders make a world of difference. Let's lower you guys down to track height, shall we? Let's all come down to Rachel's level. Standing on the platform height. Down you come. If I lower you guys slightly lower and I can use the winder to lift you up the right height. Oh, St Mary's Church Model Railway, welcome to the chat, thanks for joining. And up we go. There you are. We're all at Rachel height now. Here comes our nuclear train. There goes our nuclear train. It's off to nuclear facilities in Scotland, that one. And we'll turn you around. Let's have a look this way, shall we? I've got me over bridges done now. Take care, Donegal Dad. Thanks for joining us. That's it, everybody. Hit that like button. Much appreciated. Just going to check the software because I haven't seen any locals for a while. What's going on here? Oh, it's got stuck. I don't know why it's got stuck. Let's reset that one. There we are, here comes a 150 from the River Trains Wales. For some reason it had gotten stuck and I had no idea why. It's going to wait now. It's got stuck out again. What's going on? There it goes. Oh, going on over there. Yeah, so I did get to update my firmware on the DR5. I updated the firmware on every unit on here, and we're running nicely. Here comes that ATW that got stuck earlier. Move you guys down here. And we'll watch a bit higher up, shall we? There. James, I found out that we were trying to put too much data across everything. So it was USB and LocoNet physically couldn't handle the amount of data I was trying to throw at it. So I reduced the amount of the control that the software had over the locos. So they only receive information every half a second now rather than 10 times a second it used to be. And that seems to have fixed our problem. Yeah, I do, Rachel. Now, this is the problem. When you don't have all your couplings made by Hunt couplings. That's why we're getting trains all stuck around the layout and I haven't figured it out. When it leaves the carriage behind, especially one with a decoder in it, it jams the layout up. It thinks the train suddenly gained 10 metres in length and jams up all the points between the lost coach and the engine. They won't change until the last one's gone over. So I need to get another order in to sort that out. My Canopy James Hardy is now here. So it's the one on the end we just finished doing. So that's all installed now, it's been finished. I'm just showing you the nice pretty corners. I think the corners are the prettiest bit on the layout. That's it, you can't beat old Victorian, you're right. That's the Graham Farish Voyager, that one. For those of you that are planning on ordering one of them, that's what it's going to look like. Let's get a bit lower so you can see all the super elevation. This is N-gauge David Cook. So that Super Voyager there is waiting for the platform to clear. That HSC that went through is now stopped. So eventually there'll be a set of signals there. Our London Midland there is waiting for that Welsh train that's just going across the points. Everything's waiting for that to go across. David Cook, yes, the whole thing is automated. This is all running off the computer. So all the trains had to wait whilst the Premier train went across the points there. Went across the whole junction. Bring you guys back a bit. You can see more at the junction if I bring you back. Here comes our steam special. And now we've got the Premier train just waiting to cross the junction on the way back. Looks to be waiting for that 150 to go ahead of it. So that 150 is going down the branch first. It's followed up by a pacer. So the dapole, the 142 there, is taking the opportunity to skip across the junction whilst the Premier train waits for the branch to open up, which should happen in any second now because the 150 is actually heading out at the platform. There we go, it's now on the branch itself, so we'll see whether that opens up. Looks like the freight's got in first though. Premier train's got on top of stuck. Must be very early. David Cook says, do you have to tell the system how long each train is so that it knows when it passes from one block to another? Yes, you do. Exactly that. We've just entered a quiet spell there. Everything's just stopped at the same time. That happens every now and then. Evening, Mark Wilson, thanks for joining. J94, welcome back. There we go, that was for our Premier train. That's finally got the right of way. And across the main junction it comes. So Tim's only made one mistake. I hope it wasn't a bad one. Now we'll see whether that DVT falls off the end of it again. Likes to fall off the end, right there. No, it stayed on this time. I need some more magnetic couplings for that set, I think. There you go, all the points just reset after it. David Cook, yes, you can program a full timetable. You could even run it to prototypical timings as well, so a train every 10-15 minutes if you really wanted throughout the whole day. That's completely possible with iTrain. You can give each train a schedule to keep to, or you can get it to run around the layout randomly, or give it zones that it's allowed to run into. All of which works. Gonna move around now. We'll go see a different part, shall we? We'll watch from here. It's one of my favourite viewpoints on the layout, along with that last corner. I love all the corners on it. I think there's just something about watching from the corners. Hello Richard, thanks for joining. So we've finished building a platform canopy now, we're just running some trains. The automation working overtime now. I need to get some coaches for that 57. So that 4MT that's going around was off of was sold as a really poor runner, so we rebuilt that one. It works fine now. Cargo wagon train, nuclear train. So it's time for a new angle again. We will show you the fiddle yard. Why not? We'll have to lift the windy thing up so you can all have a look. Yeah, all the points are running all automatically. I don't touch that. In fact, in this picture you can see now the laptop where it's controlled from is down the end there. That's where all the controls are, and I'm up this end. Well, that was that lot. Let's have a look around this way. Look over the town and onto the railway, shall we? Skilled on IT. Not a chance. I've actually got a question for you, Zul. Do you see at the bottom of that hill there's some tarmac on the bottom? Just around here. That area is going to be a network rail area, a maintenance area, but this where it's blank, I don't know what to do with it. I have no idea what to fill that space with. I can't put more grass down because it's going to look silly, all that grass. Does anyone have any ideas what we might put in there? Oh yeah, absolutely. So you can see that's going to be a network rail area at the bottom of that hill where the tarmac is. But this section, where it's just blank wood, I can't decide what to do with it. I was going to have all that tarmac, but it's just so big, it don't look right at all. It really don't look right. So I don't know what to put there. Oh yeah, David, my name is Nick. And that's no problem. John said he'd put loads of trees and a bank opposite. You'll have to forgive me. Where's this bank opposite go? Ah, yeah, could do. So like it all piled up here. Yeah, that's an idea, isn't it? The only problem we're going to have with that is this is a baseball joint, so we're going to have to plan for that as well. That is an idea though. Oh yeah, trees on this bank over here, absolutely. That is a plan. Or at least bushes on there. I don't know if I can fit trees in because of the way the layout gets stored when it goes for transport, but bushes definitely. Absolutely. Jerry said perhaps a store yard for cable drums and track bits, etc. Track bits could be a good idea. I could have some old rails sitting there, couldn't I? I could put some rail, you know, the continuously welded rail stuff. We could put some of that down there. But then the problem is I got the baseball joint again, so it's very difficult. Very difficult. You also may be wondering why the branch line's not working. That's because the pacer that's in the platform has actually stripped its gears. So we've got some new gears on order. Yeah, lots to think about, John. This stuff isn't too difficult until you realise you have to move the layout and it has to all come apart and go back together. That ruins about 80% of your ideas, all of us. Yeah, you see the Network Rail Depot, Jerry? That's a Network Rail Depot there. Otherwise I'll have a massive Network Rail Depot. Here comes our Premier train. Just realised, now I papered all of the bridge, I can ballast underneath it. Underneath is not ballasted yet. I've just spotted that from looking. Definitely have to ballast that. Think big. Yeah, you're right. Think big. Think big. It may just become a wasteland area. I may put thrown away tumble dryers and stuff down it, I don't know. You see, Jerry, unfortunately I don't have much stuff over here. And David Cook, he says, you must have a good knowledge of networking. Not really. I made the cables myself, but they were just cables, they're not difficult. They're just 6 strands of wire in each end and put into a little compression tool. I then just pinned it all together. It was very easy. Oh, looks like we've got a stopper. HST stopper in the platforms there. Limited stop, that one. Only stops a couple of times a day. There we are, stop dead bang centre of the platform. There goes our other HST. They're probably my best runners, those HSTs. Oh, here goes HST. You can just hear the engines in your head now. Yeah, John, absolutely. I think they're my favourites. David, it's more about electronics than it is about computers, if I'm honest. If you're good at electronics, you'll be fine with this. John, don't tempt me. That sounds incredibly expensive, but probably incredibly worthwhile as well. J94, yes it is. It's the same name as my channel name, Rule 1 Model Railways. So you can see here what's happening. This is interesting. This one here is a terminator, and it's going to terminate across where this First Great Western 150 is coming out. It will use the points in the platform. So we have terminators from both directions. As you can see, you can just watch it go in. And that will terminate and reverse direction back this way. And now following is a Class 70. It's just waiting for clearance. So the 150, the Riva Trains Wales, you can see it down the end there. You'll see its lights change to white when it's almost ready to go. When the driver's changed ends, it does that. It delays everything. There you go, they've gone white. And then it takes off. It's coming back again. And that was our terminator. That's the only one that terminates on that line. And back it goes. And now everything's clear for the rest of it all to run again. Lower you guys back down. I painted the inside of the tunnels black. So now it's pitch black inside the tunnels, you can't see hardly anything. I think I've actually sat the only angle you can see out the branch line tunnel. But at least it shows there's another end to it. You know what, this actually looks good from below the level as well. Let's have a look from up. We'll look up at the trains for a bit. I'll try and get the camera to focus on something more worthwhile. There. Ah, thanks J94, appreciate it. I paused. Look, the trains have all paused while I moved the camera somewhere new. Typical. Here comes a HST that decided it was a stopper. So I see that from lower down, there you are. Engage from below. Reminds me of watching trains running on an embankment from looking from below. Let's have a look at that computer, see what stopped every fire, see what stopped some of it. One of the trains keeps overshooting for no reason. I think the decoder on that particular unit's on the way out, this class 70. Stops everything when it does that. Just done it again. For some reason, when that decoder receives a stop command, it takes off instead. And I have no idea why. There we are, so they're all queuing in the station right now, so we've got stoppers. Thanks for joining, Jerry. Take care. David Cook asks, do I have trains in a specific place before I start running the trains, so the computer obviously knows where they are? Some of them yes and some of them no, is the real answer to that. Some of them have got railcom, and as soon as I touch the track, the computer knows where they are. Some of them don't have railcom on the decoders, so I have to tell the layout, tell the software where they are, or put it to start from where the software expects it to be. But it only takes a few seconds. Let's pop you guys in a new position. Let's come back up again, shall we? See some more. We'll bring you level. Good. So there you go. Let's focus right now. Thanks, David. I appreciate it. Let's have another view. Let's go to the platform, shall we? We'll plop you over here this time. You can watch down the platforms. If we ain't done that view yet, move the Hoover. There we go. I think we'll go a bit higher. You can actually see the glow of the point decoders in the box. Underneath the layout, that's all my spares and bits and bobs. is a view you don't see too often of an automated layout. It's the control screen. Let's show you guys the control screen. There you are. If I can get the camera to stay where I need it to. And that's what I see when it's all operating. And what we see here is the yellow is the reserved. In the white box, the train that reserved it. The red is a train in that block, and the red dots are the train moving along that feedback. That's the feedback reporting that there's a train in that block. And that will go into one of these. Or is it going that way? Going that way, that one, that way. The ones with numbers in are the ones with Railcom. And that's feeding back the decoder number. Those are the ones that I can just plop on a track and it just knows where it is. So I've got 1, 2, 3 of those trains at the moment that will do that. In fact, I've got 4 of those, but the other one's not on. You can see along here, it'll give me all the stats of the trains. Scheduled stops. Where they're actually travelling to with the arrows next to them, if they're moving. It tells me a position in the block that it thinks it's in. It tells me how far they've all travelled, which is actually very interesting if you want to have a look at that. So if I show you the numbers, you can see that the, where is it? The cross-country voyage has actually travelled 160 kilometres, 162 kilometres. The Arriva Trains Wales Class 150 has done 55 kilometres. Great Western HST has done 30 kilometres. The first Great Western HST has done 24.5 kilometres. The Fairburn Tank's only done 5 kilometres. My newest edition, this one here, the Premier Train, has done 6.5 kilometres. The Super Voyager, 10 kilometres. And you've got all the different distances, and they're all actually adding as they go along as well. It tells you their actual scale speed. Whoops, I just stopped that one. It tells you their desired speed, the target that they're aiming to get to. So my my cross-country Voyager, the Graham Farish, is the one that's done the most miles. 162 kilometres, which is about 100 miles. And that one, amazingly, is my best runner. It runs perfectly every time. I have no idea how it's done it either. Obviously they get serviced, but it's just so consistent. So my freight line has overshot again. It thinks it's in 5 centimetres in the block. It hasn't. It's overshot again. So I'll let that go. And now that's the Class 70 there, planning a route, so it's yellow. Now it's red because the train entered that block and it reserved the one and the one ahead in front of it. David Cook, no, they're real miles. So these are real distances that are on here. So that cross-country Voyager has done a real 162 kilometres. It's done the distance between London and almost Birmingham. And it's still going very, very well. But it's like a big old Christmas tree, isn't it? So when we go to exhibitions, we'll have a dual display, so this will be showing out to the public as well, just for the interest. Let everyone see everything. It's just like when you're in the signal box watching the diagrams update, it looks like similar to this in the modern ones. You can see I've actually included signals. They're going to be wired in and have real signals on the layout working. If I say real working signals, what I meant. But that's enough of that. I'll bring you back to the model. Let's watch this nice corner again. I like this corner. Thanks very much, J94, I appreciate it. So we tilted the tracks as they go around the corners, just a super elevation like the real thing. And David Cook says, how often have you serviced that loco, wheel cleaning, etc.? Twice. I cleaned the wheels once, took the bogies off once to give the gearing a clean out, and the contacts are clean. And that was it. And it's still running perfectly and nice and clean. David, I clean my tracks fairly often. So you keep clean tracks. The tracks tend to clean the local wheels for you if that's the case. All seem to be running fairly well though. So for cleaning my tracks, a mixture. Sometimes, rarely, I use a track rubber. Most of the time I will just run my fingers over it actually, and then wash my hands. And sometimes I give it a deep clean with IPA. But that's not very often. I need to get one of those, is it CMX track cleaners? I need to get one of those because that will make this job far, far easier. Oops, Daisy. I hit a button accidentally on the computer there. The train went the wrong way. Oh, what's happened? Oh, we've got a dead section. What's happened there? That's been running fine all day. Oh, I see. Off it goes. It went into an unexpected section there. That's my fault. Yeah, John, I like the charge as well. The only problem is I'm not so keen on how plasticky it looks compared to the CMX one. I will give it a go though. J94 says, I don't know when I'm cleaning the tracks on my layout as I'm going to be repairing some damaged track work. Yeah, best to get that done first. Get that out of the way. There goes our nuclear train again. Dapo engine, Revolution, nuclear flasks and Graham Farish rear coach. Big old mixture. Yeah, my track buckled in the summer as well, even though I'd left the expansion joints. So I redid that myself as well. It cleans the weathering off as well, that's brilliant. Oh, okay, I might get one in that case. I don't mind shards being on it. I think I might get a blue one, so it's just like the network railhead treatment train. I can see a bit of dirt in the crack there, look at that. Bits of polystyrene. They all get stuck to it. Let's run a hoover over that, see what difference it does. Watch all of the scenery go up there as well. Well, the difference. There we go. That's a bit better. Nah, no handheld hoovers, I'm afraid. No time for handheld hoovers here. If my scenery can't withstand a normal hoover, then I ain't done it right. So you made a stick for it. Good job. Good shower. No, I use the real hoover, the big old hoover. That gets everything. Let's give you a more inline view now, shall we? You can really watch the chains tilt. If I lift you up, the camera equipment will go over a bit further. There you are. J94, that's I don't know if that's supposed to be funny, but I found it funny. Before I had the hand hoover, I had the massive hoover and I accidentally sucked the car up. Oh, it shouldn't be funny. Oh dear. Oh, get a hold of myself now. You got it back though. Oh, really? I could definitely imagine it be me that hoovered them up as well though. Yeah, should have used the class 50 instead, yeah. James Peck's, are you tempted by any preservation era class 50s? The Dapol model is very good. They don't really do it for me, I'm afraid. Not so keen on those. Not my thing. And to be honest as well, I've got a limited space in the fiddle yard. Having a class 50 run with everything else is, you wouldn't run it very often, it'd take up a fiddle yard road. If you get what I mean there. I sort of have to be clever with what I buy. So I've managed to cure the problem I was having in the fiddle yard now. Bit of a mega bodge actually. Instead of the computer working out where the train is, once it activates the next feedback it stops on it. And that stopped all the runaways we were having now. James Pett says, well, James Pett, that was a temporary bodge, that one. Until I figure out what's going on with that decoder. And James Pett said, do you fit stay alives incidentally? No, I don't fit stay alives. I was using the Zen ones that come with the DCC chips, but I found they made such a little difference to anything that I stopped using them. I think one of my 150s has got one in. Actually, both of my 150s have got them in, but that's about it. Don't really do much to cure anything. I reckon if we got proper stay alives rather than the DCC Concepts ones, then they would probably work better. And I'd be more interested, but so far we're doing alright without them. That's it, so a lot of my stuff now are moving over to Zimo. So those stay alives are better than the Zen ones. The Zen one's literally a fraction of a second. Maybe like 100 milliseconds, if that. I really don't like them. They take up more space in the loco than they're worth. But if you're getting that sort of response, then that'd be better. I don't know actually, James. I couldn't tell you. I just know they're not very good. Yeah, I'll have a look into those, James. Thanks for pointing that out. I'll have a look, see what I can fit them into. I'm actually going to slow down my 4MG. It just looks too fast to me. I'm going to adjust the speed on that one. Don't like its speed at the moment. We're going to reduce its maximum allowed speed to a 60 mph scale speed. At the moment it's set to 75 and it just looks a bit silly. There we are, so I set that speed to 65, we'll see what that looks like. Coming through now, that looks much better. Yeah, that's a nice speed for that, I think. James, yep, I speed profile everything. Absolutely everything. The one with the runaways, I think that's a Zen DCC Concepts one. It just has runaways all of its own constantly. The train, as soon as I give that one that's going past now, that's 70. As soon as I give that a command to slow down, it takes off instead. J94, do I have a page as well for my channel? Not yet. Maybe in the future though. James Pett says, try swapping for a Zimmo and see whether the runaways go away. Lens at ESU are also decent. James said, this is also decidedly suboptimal. That does sound like a decoder problem. It is. We'll be switching it out as soon as I get a big batch of Zimmo. I like the Zimmo ones myself. Yep, they're exactly the ones I want as well. Those Zimmo ones. Once they're all back in stock again, which is being a problem at the moment. They seem to always be out of stock everywhere. Once they're all in, I'll be able to get some. I need to find a supplier that has them both in stock at the same time. That's been the problem. Otherwise, I'm paying an extra £10–15 for postage. Rachel, you're going to be completed your layout before I've even looked at mine. I'm getting nowhere. I'll look into that, James. Thank you. James, you're good at the automation, so it's not to worry. J94 says, I know I'm mostly 00 gauge guy, but I try to have a go at running trains in any scale. Hope that made sense. It did make sense, yeah. There we go, there goes our stopper 150. It's going to come back on the other line in a moment. And James said these boards were completed in 2019. Spring. Oh yeah, look, there goes our lovely steamer again. I think that looks great at that speed. You're following in the footsteps of John Warner. He's just done his N gauge. He's now moving on to his 00. I think I can hear something that's gone wrong. Or can I? Oh yeah. One of the trains got stuck on a baseball joint. That's never happened before. Never ever had that one. That's the first. See, James has seen the evidence. That everything's getting overtaken now by the nuclear train. That's embarrassing. Everything was waiting for the Premier train to come across the junction at the other end, which had gotten caught on a baseball joint somehow. I'd never had that one before. But now it's off. We're about to get a ton of trains come through. Yeah, Rachel too as well. Oops, sorry, kicked the tripod. As long as I ain't in the bucket, I'm alright. There's our Premier train, it's made it. I suppose I have double O gauge. I have it in my parents' garden. The double O gauge line there that I've stuck up on old floorboards between trees. Once I get to go back over again, I'll have to give you guys a big video of it. Floorboard Valley Railway. I like that actually, Floorboard Valley Railway. I might call it that. Yeah, I think that's its name actually now, James. The Floorboard Valley Railway. I like that one enough. Well, it's called that. Doesn't have any valleys and it's barely a railway, but we're going to call it the Floorboard Valley Railway. I do like a bit of 009. I think those new releases look really nice. Now, who was saying about those 5-hour marathon streams? We're at 4.5 hours already. That's a clever idea, J94. Yeah, Jerry. Oh, you're back as well, Jerry. Yeah, we're all still here. Yeah, look at that. The super pace of that one's flying along. That's a scale of 60 mile an hour, that. Yeah, I suppose it puts my watch hours up. Saying that, strangely my watch hours seem to tally with my subscriber count. They're about the same amount. As in on the pointer scale thing that YouTube give you. About, what am I, 3,100 hours? And that only goes up quicker the more subscribers you've got by the looks of it seems to. Thanks for that, Jerry, I think. No, you're all very good coming to pop in. I appreciate it. I really do. Anthony, I've been on the stream long enough that you're here. Hello. How are you this evening or this afternoon for you? Yeah. Jesus, I might as well do a 24-hour stream. One day. That's been a problem with my, you see my London Midland that's there, that's just stopped. The rear decoder keeps resetting itself to 3. That's one of those Zen decoders as well. I just seem to keep having Zen decoders fail on me all the time. Even more than the cheapo lace ones. So that one's stuck to number 3 and is showing the wrong lights now because it thinks it's going the other way. Whereas this Welsh Premier set coming along the branch line, that's on Zimmo, not Zimmo, Lens, and it's brilliant. That never fails. Yeah. I'll tell you what, let's have the lights down, shall we? See what it's like in the dark with the trains with the lights on. Alexa, front 20%. There we are. Trains in the dark with Nick. No, you shouldn't have done, Jerry. I'll tell you what, the fiddle yard's something else in the dark. I'll show you the fiddle yard. Because it all lights up in the fiddle yard, doesn't it? We'll turn the front lights off and see what happens with all the lights on the locos. Alexa, front off. There you are, just loads and loads of lights travelling around now. Here come an HST, shining the way down the track. Makes me want to put yard lights in the whole thing, if I'm honest. Got a traffic jam. Why have I got a traffic jam? What's happened? That's what's happened. Yeah, everything just traffic jams up every now and then, so I have to just like unclog it. Got a pacer that's stuck somewhere now. Why have you got it stuck? Supposed to be in that block. There we are. That's it, traffic jam fixed, it's all off again. Here we are, comes our London Midland. I love how the destination board on the London Midland one lights up as well. Alexa, front 1%. We'll turn the lights back on a little bit. It's like it's dusk now. There you go, that's enough of the lights off. Alexa, front 100%. There we are. They're all lit up again. We'll try our spotlight back on. There we are. We'll have a look around the front of the layout now. I'm bored at the back of it. See if I can get a view over what's going on from the end. There you are. Hello, Humanity Junction, Human City Junction. I never know which one to say. They do platform lights in N-Gauge, and that is something I've been looking forward to doing in the future. But no plans yet. I'd like to get the signalling working first. Both are good, he says. That's good. Yeah, we'll be doing those old CR signals 4 aspects. I've got a pair of them already. So we're just going to go along with them some more. Which one is that? The 4054? I don't know what, sorry, I don't know what one that is. I'll be getting the 4018 at some point. We'll be controlling everything off of the 4018. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think of that. Yeah, there's a possibility you might do that as well. Not sure yet. Be miniature wonderland in here one day. So, if you're new to the chat, we just joined, hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, you could hit that subscribe button if you like what you see. Thank you very much. We're just running some trains now. We were making Metcalf models. I'll move you guys down if you have a look at what we were making earlier. You were making these platform canopies. Yeah, I've been on for 4 hours. It is going to be bedtime soon. So as you can see, the Metcalf canopies are looking nice in their new home. I'm going to already have 2 DCC buses, one for accessories and one for running. So it won't make much difference. I could probably just use the accessory bus. Thanks, Rachel. Appreciate it. So I've got our platforms, our station stopper there. Limited stop HST service throughout the day. So I have a load of my accessories running off of a booster. Oh, I know. Humanity Junction. I know I should have some people on the platforms. They will be added as soon as I got the back details done over the back of the layout. Otherwise, I'll knock them off when I'm working on it. It's going to have to be a special order from China, that one. One of their super duper 700 packet of people. Tell you what, as a view from this end, I haven't shown you too often. We'll show you the retail park. Yeah, look, there's a retail park down there, see? Don't usually look from right up on this corner. Command Station Haymarket is a DR5000. So DigiKeys DR5000. So that's the points changing. We're getting the 150 Arriva Trains Wales out of the branch line. And then it looks like we're going to stick the Arriva Trains Wales Premier train down the branch. No. The Heritage Line, no, absolutely not. I don't think I could stomach that. There we are, that's set the points up for that train waiting. That's going to cross all the lines now into the branch. There you go, you may as well watch it do that. And off it goes down the branch. Imagine 1,000 scale figures. That'd bury this layout, that would. Yeah, the Heritage Line, if I use branded figures for the whole of my layout, it's going to cost hundreds of pounds. The amount I need, and with the cars as well. I've got so much road and town scene that it's going to cost an absolute fortune. Oh no, don't even go there. Cars with lit headlights. They look amazing, but I'd be here for months trying to get that lot done. Oh, I know. They're things that will be done a long time in the future, let's put it that way. Oh, here comes our steamer. Our steam special for like the 5th time tonight. You'll see it run past at max speed now, which I have set for 60 miles an hour. Looks far better. Yeah, I could look at some of Luke's videos and feel incredibly inadequate, sorry, even, yeah. Yes, Haymarket 47, exactly. That's the reason I went for N-gauge. Just so that I could have the full length rakes going along, snaking along. There goes my squeaky little nuclear train. It squeaks along, that does. If anyone's looking for what do you call it, an express service that's a full length rake and they've got a small layout, this Premier train's probably the one to go for. They ran in service, they did, with just 3 coaches, a DVT and a loco at some points, and they look great, on top of the castle sets as well, obviously. Look at that, we've got a pair of stoppers, pair of stopping HSTs. That's a very rare thing. And that was all the point setting for the Premier train to come across all of the junction. Absolutely, Anthony, you're right. 100%. There we go, you can watch Premier train snake its way right across the junction. I Humidity junction, I am set up for remote operations. I have iTrain 5 Pro. Yeah, a good shed is the way to go, as long as it's not a class 66. You're laughing. I did have some class 66s, but they don't run very reliably. So I haven't been using them, and the other ones are not DCC ready, so I haven't bothered with them ones yet. There we go, we just passed the 5-hour mark. How many days in a row? Don't tempt me. Keith will break many things during his lifetime. Such optimism. I think I'd die after doing that on this. 6 on, 6 off a week. I actually really enjoy watching the trains go by. When I'm working on the computers for work, quite often I'll have maybe 2 trains going round. I just pick 2 of them and have them run all day. But that's just me. Oh, we had a short circuit. How did that happen? That's interesting. How many hours have we been going for nothing like that? Wasn't this one. Let's go do some investigation. I'll bring you with me. Well, that was the first stoppage today for 5 hours, so that weren't too bad. So let's go and have a look, see what happened. There's nothing here that would have caused it. They're all on the track. This looks like a culprit. Could that be it? No, that's all on the track. Could it be the Voyager over the Super Voyager, the Dapple one? So this one's not quite got to the points yet. What's happened here? Ah, there you go. After 5 hours, it decided now is the time to derail. To be fair now, if I was operating it, would have had at least 10 derailments, so it could have been worse. Let's have a look on the screen and see what happened here. So, Super Voyager there. It decided to keep on going. And it's still going. Super Voyager, where are you? There. But it stopped. It overshot its stop for some reason. We'll turn it all back on again. Yeah, I had to start again now. You guys have got to all come back for another 5 hours. Yeah, but that was the reason why we had that error. And it's done it again. We're having it everywhere now. Well, this is awkward. And that one's gone anyway. Straight over the same points again. So obviously the computer thinks the points are set the other way. So what we'll do, we'll hand set them back again. And we'll hand set them. I have to do that from underneath the board. There. And that one. So obviously when it cut out, it thought it was changing the points and it didn't. We'll go back to this. No, it's still shorting. What's going on there? That don't look right either over there. Everything's gone wrong. Nope, that's not right. Yeah, this is why I use feedbacks for points. When I originally installed it all, they said don't use feedback for points, you don't need it. You probably do. Right, I'll try again. There we go. Yeah, feed the gremlins before midnight, that's right. So now that appears to be all fixed again. So in every 5 hours use, if you install all the feedbacks, it won't happen. I think I'll live with that every 5 hours, a couple of seconds. Now I've had another error over there. Oh dear. No, everything's gone wrong, so I'm going to call it a night. The whole layout needs resetting, so take 10 minutes to do, but 10 minutes you lot being bored, and it's time for me to go to bed. So, hit the like button on your way out. Everybody, as James says there, have a lovely evening. Thanks for joining us, and I will see you in the next one. Take care. Goodbye.